Hello. Hello, everybody. Let's turn the music down a little bit. Also, I need to make another post, so let me do that real quick. Okay. Hey, everybody. If I'm looking like this, if I'm looking over here, what I'm doing is I'm either looking at chat or I'm looking at myself, because that's where the OBS preview is at. I still have not gotten out of the habit of like immediately looking at where my picture is rather than where the camera is, so please apologize for that. Also, if you have any issues with the chat on my stream site, I apologize, and also do let me know, and if you can, join through Twitch instead. If you have issues, if not, then fantastic, and anyway, okay, so sorry, I'm a bit rambly. It's been a long time since I last did this. Okay, let's get in here. I don't really have like a structure planned for this. So the last time I did the Q&A was maybe 7 years ago or something like that. Something like that. And what is the jitter? And back then it was also just an opportunity to sort of ask me questions about the game engine, anything you've been wondering about, how things work, how I work, what my plans are, thinking about stuff, and yeah. And that's still the case today. So this is mostly meant to be an opportunity for chat to ask me things about what's going on. And so if there's not a lot going on in chat, then I don't really know what to do. I'll be here for 4 hours, so let's see what happens with that. For now, I'm gonna crack open this energy drink IC thing. So enjoy some ASMR. There you go. Amazing. But yeah, if you have any questions, you can also ask me questions about Kandria or my current project or the Patreon or what my plans are. Anything goes, really. Just shoot me over. Shoot me questions. How far are you into your current product? So concepting started in spring of 2022 is sort of when I got the first concept idea, which was when Kandria was still in development, and then development properly started in like late 2023, I would say. Like I was busy with Kandria's post-launch patching and editor support and so on for a bit. So about 3 years now, and it's nowhere near done. And yeah, my birds. I can show you my birds a bit better. There they are. They're not the ones you hear. They're the big ones are snoozing. The ones you hear are the budgies. I don't know where they are right now. I think they're hidden by the little box there. Actually, hold on. Let me... oh, there they are. You can see them sort of below the... or one of them at least, below the blue water bathing house. I actually got them a new bathing house, which is much bigger today. And I still gotta install that. Because this one is definitely too small for the big ones. But yeah, hello. Hi. Not sponsored by the Coca-Cola company who produces this garbage. But... okay, I need to make the Patreon post to wake up patrons in case they forgot. Oh god, I'm typing like crazy. Yep. Every day, and I need to type in my PGP password, and it's a password that requires special input, and I always fuck it up. Okay, hold on. Alright, logged in. I'm in. Okay. How do I... I could stream to like... yeah, I'm in. I could stream to like Patreon as well, but like Restream doesn't support that as a backend, and I don't know how to do it natively, or if my bandwidth would even support it, so this is the best you're gonna get. God, my hair is a mess. I'm getting self-conscious looking at myself that big. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna switch back to this while I do trial Q&A. Hey, backers. Okay, I think I've done all my socializing. Okay, fantastic. The chat routes, they're bridged, like Colleen does forward between the two, so yeah. If you're, like, we do have the live chat exclusive emote thingies going on in my stream, but you can, they both go back and forth. Besides Weiss and Kandria, I would be interested to hear about your general Lisp setup, Emacs, Limesly, etc. Oh, my Emacs config is actually public. It's on shimmer.com/project/.emacs, I think is the address. So... oh, I forgot to start the TTS. Excuse me. It'll be up in a second. And it should be up. Let me test.
Hello there, chat.
Wow, that was weird, but okay. Works now. Good. Yeah, my setup is Emacs standard thing. It's still the only option, and only real option in my view. Like, for all that Lem has been working towards, bless him for trying that, but Configure the birds to read TTS. God, I wish, dude. That would be so good. Having them through like having them read out the chat. That would be amazing. Unfortunately, I'm just unusable for like any sort of taming or whatever. Do not have the perseverance for that. Anyway. Whoa. Billboarding. Amazing. Let's see. Can I also... What does that take? No asshole with name Cat. What? Oh, it's like... Is this? Huh, and it doesn't display. That's not good. Wow, we found our first bug. Amazing. An Emacs system, I know this. Alright. And the desktop environment is i3. My config for that used to be public, but it's no longer because I just like... last year I had like a crash. Like I lost all my data on my workstation in the office. Like the NVMe just gave up the ghost completely. And so I consolidated all of my config files into like a private repository that has all of my things so I can more quickly set up a fresh system. So those are unfortunately no longer public, but I can snapshot those for you if you want to replicate my stuff for whatever reason. All these years of trial finally has a bug. Yeah, never. All those bug fixes that have been coming out for Kandria, a game that released 3 years ago. Those they were just jokes, just joshing. Why did you choose Common Lisp for game dev over other Lisps? I learned Common Lisp and that's it. I learned Common Lisp, so I don't have any. I just picked the thing and that was it. I don't have any like reasons. And then now after picking Common Lisp, I was just like, I don't care about anything else. Like I don't need like whatever they have is not compelling enough to want to do anything else. So seduced by the dark side very early. Some say I was born in the dark side. But hold on, let me. So I've been today. I was mucking. This has been another thing that I've been faffing about with for a long time. So there's like one of the things I spend a lot of time on is making sure deployment works. So I can deploy Kandria and other games to Steam, GOG, itch, my own site, all of that stuff with one command. So it does a build for Linux and Windows, it does the packaging, it verifies that it runs, and it uploads to all of those services all in one thing. That's the trial release system, and I have spent a lot of time making that work. And recently, I've also started putting things into Docker containers, so hopefully that'll make it a bit easier for other people to get reproducible setups. And what I got together today was that you can run a one-liner, which I posted on Mastodon, but I forgot now, so let me go look it up. I think it's like, it's in the trial deployment system. This thing. So if I run this and okay, Docker is not running. Do I even have it installed on this? I don't know. Oh, it is. Oh god. Okay. It's gonna take a bit because it's like almost 2 gigabytes because it has Steam command bundled and like Butler for itch.io and other crap, and it has trial including all of the assets and all of the things, all the FASL files pre-cached, so that it starts up fast, and so it's like pretty sizable. But after first startup, it works fast, and it should even be usable as like a development image, so you can start swag through it and then connect to it from Emacs, if you want to do that. I haven't tested that part yet, but it should work. So I don't know yet if it works on Windows. It might. I have no idea how the like GPU exposing things work on that, but it doesn't work on ARM Max because I don't have an ARM image built yet. I haven't looked at that, but should work. There's also the CL all thing that I have, which is like a script that can shell out to fail to detect. Okay. So I guess xauth is not. X forwarding doesn't work. It worked on Wayland. Well, something to fix. Yeah, but Docker refuses to run. Like, it wants an ARM image for some reason. I don't know. I could build it. Like, I did build that for CLall, I think. Maybe I didn't. Anyway, so CLall is a script that can shell out to many different implementations and run the same snippet. So you can test things for implementation compatibility. And I also made a Docker image for that now that bundles most of the useful implementations. It does not bundle any of the commercial ones because you just can't get those to work at all. But it has like SBCL, CCL, ECL, CLisp, ABCL, CLASP, and GCL? Maybe? I don't know. Anyway, so those are all in that image. So if you ever want to do testing, then that might be a good option. Use x86 images and ARMX at work. It's okay. Okay. I don't know. Someone just told me they had an error, and the error said that it's not an ARM image, so maybe you need like a magic incantation. But Docker containers can use GPU on Windows. Yes, I know that, but I don't know if the wrapper command I have here like properly does the thing yet. Like if it invokes right error, no space left on device. Oh. Well, that's good. Oh. Interesting. Yeah. Do you have space now? Can you like open a file? Or okay, thank you. But why did Emacs need a whatever? Okay. Actually, what was the fucking command to remove all of them? Okay. Okay, thank you. Good, that should be enough. So it wasn't forwarding. It wasn't forwarding X for some reason. Even though it should do that. Oh, it's the reverse. I always... Whatever. Okay, so now this should work. Xhost, no found. Okay, never mind. I guess I need to install that. Good lord. I think it was trying to save a backup, but why it tries to do that before. Now we're talking. Okay, it's very small because it doesn't do scaling good, but running from Docker, yay! And now we can, I don't know, what's a cool demo? Wow, amazing. And what else is everybody loves post-processing effects, right? Those are good. Need to add a loading screen to this, because are you serious? Oh, there we go. Like, wow. Oh my god. Look at that. Amazing. Why is it so slow, though? Please. Oh, God. Why is it so slow? I really don't know why it's so goddamn slow. Is there like significant overhead for like Docker or something? Is it not running GPU accelerated? Is it like CPU OpenGL? That might be why. I already showed Wendy's that, but I don't think she's that easily swayed. What was it? The color band pass? Yeah, that one was fun. You can do like 2 colors. Wow. It's like I'm playing on DOS. Get that EGA. I did add the device DRI forwarding, but maybe oh right, that was for my Intel laptop. That's one thing that I haven't figured out yet, because on Intel GPUs all does not work. Like, it just says there's nothing available, so you need to do -device dev DRI for that. But I guess on NVIDIA, which this system is, you stop. You need to do something else. Cannot select device drive with capabilities GPU. Why not? I'm a fucking NVIDIA, asshole. What the heck? Hold on. Am I doing things wrong? Huh. What's that all about? I am container toolkit on the host. Oh god. Computers. Nope, that doesn't seem to do it. Do I need to restart the daemon? Oh yeah, that was it, I guess. Okay. Are you missing a / after pulse server? No, it shouldn't matter because it's in an array, but okay, does it work faster now? Let me see. Where's the scene loader example? No, not stream loading. Load arbitrary scenes. Hey. Heck yeah. It's the Sponza scene, dude. Let's go back to the post effects. Let's see. I mean, I don't have an FPS counter, but I can sort of... Yeah, that was it. Okay, it's working now. Halftone pass. Heck yeah, dude. Oh my god. We're halftoning. Who wants bokeh? Bokeh is how you get the good graphics. Like, whoa. Now you know it's like AAA when you got the bokeh going on. I'm entering the Matrix, everyone. Oh, man. But yeah. What? Wanted one of equal t. Huh. Well, that's not good. More bugs. That's my life. Anyway. How do I, like, best determine what the... whether the system is an Intel or NVIDIA? Google.com. No, wait, not Google.com. Nobody uses Intel anyways. I use Intel on my laptop. Okay? I guess I could run GLX info. It's not even... Oh, it might not have been installed. What does this... I guess I can just grep for NVIDIA in this, right? Yeah, sure. Let's go for that. What was the fucking grep option to just return if it matches? Q might be it. Oh god. Yeah, that was it. Thank you. What was the stupid thing? I already forgot. God damn it. That one. Ooh, okay. Oh, right. I'm stupid. Bash, you never learn it. Even once. Whoa. Already allocated by whomst? Do I need to, like, stop the container somehow? God. Docker stop. Oh my god, I don't know these fucking things. I barely use Docker. Oh, PS. Oh. Epic Joliot. What the heck? Okay. Okay. Okay, so I really don't want to turn this into a debugging session.
Suggest the host overlay site doesn't cover the last 3 lines of the console, the most important lines of the console.
Sure, I can do that for you. I don't want to turn this into a debugging session anyway, so hold on. Let's kill Clever Pain and be done with this nonsense. Sniper Wolf. Oh. Okay. Alright. Does anyone have any actual questions for Chai? I really don't want to just be debugging things. As tempting as it is. I'll do more of that next week. What's been worked on recently? I'm pretty much out of the loop. I'm very bad at those kinds of questions. Let me reference what I wrote about in the Patreon. What did I work on yesterday? Yesterday I fixed a problem with the debug draw thing for strings, I think. And I don't know. I forget. Yeah, let's see. What did I do? A lot of things that have changed is just that, like, a lot of stuff that used to be ad hoc in trial is now in libraries. So things like machine state, which has like tons and tons of APIs for operating system interaction, like CPU, graph RAM usage, disk usage, usernames, UIDs, and like network traffic and process listing and interaction and threads and priority and all that garbage is in machine state now. Recently, I separated out the image I/O handling from trial into a separate library called Imagine, which trial now just sits on top of. All sorts of things for doing rendering of like charts and tables and line numbers and so on in text itself is in TextDraw. I factored out and actually made a decent library for implementing a REPL with in native REPL. So now wherever I need a REPL, I can plug that in. What else did I do? The animation system has a lot of improvements, I think, over the past year. Blender integration is also fairly new. Well, integration, but like custom Blender extensions to handle like things so you can make trigger volumes and whatever in Blender, or like tag animations with special properties so that you can do like root motion kinds of animation. And there is a particle studio thing, so you can author particle effects that you can run in trial. All sorts of things, honestly, I don't know. There's always a ton of stuff, and I'm very bad at sort of keeping what happened in my brain, because like my sense of when things occur is not good. Could we get a basic guide to using Alloy? Yes. Like right now, or you mean like written up? It's the general idea that an extension will exist in a separate repo system, and trial slurps it up and writes a wrapper around it. What do you mean by an extension? If I wanted to write a navmesh pathfinding algo for trial, would the pathfinding code mostly be in another system? Trial would just wrap its API. That is ideal. So for instance, Jan Morenge, Symptom, and I did a lot of work on like geometry algorithms. So he did the bulk of the work on a convex decomposition algorithm, which allows you to take an arbitrary mesh and decompose it into convex shapes in a way that most closely resembles original geometry. So let me actually pull that up. It's in one of the examples. And for that, we needed a lot of like geometry processing kind of functions. And that's also in a separate standalone system called Manifolds, I think is the name. And then the algorithm he implemented is in yet another system called Convex Covering, I believe was the name of that. So in general, like often I will prototype a system or like just quickly put it together in trial as I need it, and then later do work to factor it out into a standalone thing. Sometimes it's not clear whether or to what extent that's really possible, though. For instance, Kandria has its own collision system and pathfinding system, navmesh system, and part of the reason why I never backported that into trial is that it's very specific to how Kandria does things. So it's very tailored to the needs and the things that Kandria needs. And when you generify something like that into a library so that it's actually useful for more than one project, the primary issue is making the design such that it's both flexible enough to actually be adaptable for that, but also at the same time doesn't just turn so slow that it's kind of not worth using anymore. So for things like Imagine, I had to just like figure out a way to provide an API that can do fast pixel access and upload, or like at least fast enough upload depending, or for upload it's fine because you can just throw a byte vector at GL and it'll do it. But for like access, the protocol that Imagine has to access pixels is slow because you don't know what the backing storage is like. You don't know if ahead of time whether it's floats or bytes or whatever. And you also don't know the layout of each pixel, whether it's just a value or a value in alpha or an RWBY triplet or whatever. So decisions like that can make the design quite troublesome. Imagine does a sort of thing where it has a generic it has like decoder functions that you can then cache the function and then you just call that function. So the overhead you pay per pixel is one function call, which is ideally anyway, which is still not great if you really need to do a lot of pixel ops. So in that case you need to like actually dive deeper and do your own dispatching and whatever. So especially for like something like a pathfinding system, I can see that being problematic for performance because it needs to, in order to be fast, it needs to know quite intimately about the representation of your geometry or the level layout. Ideally, separate library that expose an API that trial can use, but it doesn't always shake out that way. Yes. So, yeah. I know someone did like someone else did a pathfinding library at some point, which I don't use because it's slow. Or wait, no, I don't use it because it was missing, like it was too restrictive in the feature set it uses. So things like that are definitely troublesome. And like for Weiss, which is a 3D game, I haven't even read up yet on the typical techniques that are used for that. So I still don't have an idea on how to do actual pathfinding. That's something I will have to probably tackle this year. So yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that still need doing. Like there's another library called 3D Spaces, which contains implementations of various spatial query structures. So like a BVH and a grid and a KD tree and last year, around a year ago, I paid someone to implement a What's it called? Oh, fuck. The thing that Quake uses. I forget. So it has a bunch of those things in there. A BSP, yes. It has a bunch of those things in there, but there could still be more. So for instance, the grid system it uses is not very good yet. And I would very much like... It has a 2D BVH, but it doesn't have a 3D BVH yet, so that would be good to have. And in general, with those kinds of query structures, you can go into a lot of detail, like whether it's a dense or a sparse layout, whether it's like a packed tree and an array, or whether it's a pointer chasing tree, etc., etc. And then depending on, you know, access patterns and everything, something is going to be much better than something else. And like one of those query structures is definitely going to be where your performance bottleneck is at. Like in Kandria last year, Charles did a bunch of optimization, and in pretty much all the traces, the thing that was highest up was traversing the BVH. And it's just... things like that are just going to blow everything else out of the water. So getting that kind of thing fast is a lot more important than other crap people don't really think about. Or think about too much, rather. Anyway, the comex decomp before I started rambling about everything. Okay, comex whole decomposition. Okay, so we can load up any kind of model here. Let's go. And actually, maybe I can load something from Weiss. Why does it not show anything here? Oh, it's in this, isn't it? Possibly this? That's... okay, it's divided into multiple modules. Oh. Interesting. Ooh. So... show me that decomp. The alloy tutorial, yes. There is a very, very brief tutorial in the alloy examples, sort of, or an idea for a tutorial in the examples. What is happening? Is it frozen? Oh no. And I think in the trial docs as well. Hold on. Did it finish? Nope. It's frozen. Great. Oh. Deep exhaustion. That's nice. We're getting all the bugs today. I promise you this stuff works. Sometimes anyway. But sure, I can do that. So I made the docs like browsable on mobile and whatever as well. Right. Blur user interfaces. Yeah, so this is like a quick, very quick, basic thing to make a UI with. But yeah, I can do that. I just need to find the time and the energy, but sure. How much common Lisp is one expected to know before being able to mess around with trial to a fun extent? 5. You need to know 5 common Lisp. If you know 4, sorry, it's not gonna be It's not really good enough. I never read Sonia Keen's class book. Shameful to admit for me, a big class aficionado, but in my opinion, if you read Practical Common Lisp all the way through, including the class chapter, you're gonna be fine. That's how I got started. And I think more important than foreknowledge, I think, is just perseverance, because there's just, this is all you're getting, you know. This is, and these docs are not users. This is like something we discussed on a chat yesterday, is just the documentation that I wrote is far more something that is sort of written from the perspective of, I'm the maintainer and I need to specify how this works so that I don't forget. But it's not good for like people to get into it for the first time. Like if they don't know anything, it's like not penetrable, I guess. The examples are more meant to showcase sort of how to do individual things, but it's difficult to like backtrace from that how one is meant to turn that into like a cohesive thing. So I don't know. Okay, let's try that decomp again. Decomp. Let me load a different model. Maybe that'll work better. Trial assets. Where's the bowl? I know the bowl works. Yeah, there you go. So it turned the bowl into a bunch of convex shapes. And it tries to do a minimization where it like merges things when it can. But obviously a bowl is sort of a very bad shape to work with when you want to have only convex shapes, because it's pretty much entirely concave. But like, for instance, down here it merges things and can like lower the thing and it'll try and do it again. Something isn't good with this example, I think. Maybe I broke something about it. Nothing like a demo to find out what needs to be fixed. Everything needs to be fixed. That's not news. What manga do I read now? There's 345 on my currently reading list, supposedly, so I don't know how to answer that question. A couple, I guess. You never made it to 5? Nah, baggers, you made it to like, you made it to 500. How have the changes to SBCL's GC over the past few years affect your projects? Not at all. I don't know. I haven't switched to Haley's GC. I've never even gotten around to trying it, so not, I guess. I mean, the changes that Charles made to Gen GC is obviously good, because without them wouldn't have worked on Switch. So, but that's changes that we made, so you know? Yeah, I don't know what the heck. Oh, it just decomposed to nothing. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway. I will say, regarding SBCL dev stuff, I'm not happy about the latest discussion on the mailing list, but that's not for me to. I somehow missed the alloy page in the docs. That's okay. It's right at the bottom, I guess, and not named alloy. But yeah, it's like it's so minimal. It doesn't really explain how alloy itself works, so it needs something better. I'll think about it. Yeah, and alloy itself, the documentation is out of date too. Like it needs a redoing because a couple things here are like not. Alloy is one of those projects I really wish I had more help with because it's so close to being useful for like many things. It's so close. I need a glyph rasterizer in the raster library, and I need a text layouter, and then we can make fully native Lisp UIs with no foreign dependencies on at least Linux and Windows, but I don't have the time right now, so, and nobody else seems to either, so nobody's even managed to fix the Wayland backend in frame buffers, but maybe I'll try and do it again. Can I say Wayland fucking sucks? It's 10 years ago or so. It's like, wow, this Wayland project, maybe it's finally something. People have been clamoring about it. I'll give it a shot, and it didn't work at all. And then last year I was like, well, it's been 10 years, hopefully it works now. And it barely worked at all. So I don't know what's going on. Can you explain the different cameras? I was having issues rendering stuff in 2D editor camera, which was visible in 3D camera. Glyph rasterizer didn't. I'll get back to you and say. Didn't Zach have something for that? Yes, there is the vectors library, but vectors is written in a way that will be too slow for what we need to do. So, and I tried to look at the code, like how to I could not understand it. So I'm hoping. I know that 3B did do glyph rasterization in his SDF library already. So I'm hoping I can coerce him to put that bit into raster. Like the only thing that raster says is that like give me a buffer that contains an ABGR image in unsigned byte 8, and raster can do all sorts of other things. It can draw rectangles and circles and lines and all the vector graphic nonsense. And the only thing for an interface it wants is that ABGR octet buffer, which to me, I know that's not HDR compliant. Give me a break. But that should be a good compromise to get, like, to be able to make algorithms that are fast enough in Lisp to actually render on the CPU. But vectors does not output that way, and so it's not good. for that need, unfortunately. Okay, different cameras. Right. Let me see. Where did I have cameras? Cameras. I think this is also a bit out of date. Probably write a new one rather than trying to reuse that one, but it is on my list of things to pretend I'm going to do at some point. I shall continue to bother you about it until you do it. But also, hello, 3B. Glad to have you here. So the 2D editor camera which was visible in 3D. So there's two possible reasons. One possible reason is that you were looking, your mesh was flipped the wrong way around so that the camera is looking at its backside, and by default backface culling is on, which means it won't be shown. If you flip the scene around so that the depth goes the other way, or the camera looks the other way, then it should work. Or you just turn off call face, which should be disable feature call face, I think. And otherwise, it's also possible that like your camera is looking somewhere else, but I assume you already tried to ascertain that that's not the case. I asked yesterday about collision in Trial. To expand a bit, do you expect current usage of Trial to largely ignore its collision and physics system and to roll our own? If your game is 2D, yes. If your game is 3D, good luck either way. The current 3D physics system is usable? Question mark. Like I use it in Weiss, obviously, but it's very unstable, and it needs someone who actually knows how to write physics systems to make it not shit. I think microstepping would be a good first thing to do, but I forget the details. I thought about this last year at some point, and I did like a small proof of concept that worked, but the problem is something to do with like how the event hooking and whatever works that interferes with the microstepping the way I did it primitively, so I need to look at that again. I don't have it in my brain at the moment. It's been a while since I dared to venture into the devil's domain. But it would be very good to have a 2D collision system in place in Trial, of course. I thought about that many times, but as I alluded to earlier, like collision in Kandria was very specific to the way Kandria worked, so it's tiles based for the most part. It's sort of a hybrid weirdo thing, and it has a bunch of strange behaviors that lead to bugs and issues with like moving platforms are not good, and like you can't rotate shapes arbitrarily. It only has specific types of slopes and so on, so that system isn't generalizable to Trial, but a general kind of 2D physics system would of course be very, very valuable to have. I assume it would have to be something very similar to the existing physics system for 3D, just for 2D. So I don't know. I want to do 3D FPS games, so I should probably get to working on getting Jolt and Trial as a backend, I suppose. I'm too dumb to write physics myself. Yeah, honestly, I don't know off the top of my head how one will go about doing that best. Like, it wouldn't be like a backend in trial means like specifically like a rendering context output thing, so like GLFW or STL, which that wouldn't be, but I just kind of get a headache thinking about synchronizing all the geometry and so on. Like making sure that all the information that changes is like transmitted over to Jolt at the right time and like still letting you control the outcome enough. I don't know. I have no idea how Jolt works, so I can't tell you right now. But I mean, you can just write it as like a standalone system that just builds on top of trial, and then when it works, we can merge it into mainline. Or keep it separate, it doesn't really matter too much. Meant packing super loosely. Yeah, gotcha. Just wanted to be clear. All right, let's we can try and have a look at the 2D editor camera actually. Just stuff that to the side. Does that now? Let's do that. Okay, so it's tiny, but it is there. Do I need to... what is the zoom? It's even... it's still tiny. Zoom 100. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So the camera itself does work. The fuck is this? Oh, it's still drawing the debug text. Okay, that's why. All right. Wait, how? Oh, because the controller method. Never mind. But yeah, here's a minimal example with the editor camera, I guess. What are the limitations of 3D animation right now? I have not yet gotten the dual quaternion skinning to work, despite many hours of attempts. But other than that, IK inverse kinematics also hasn't been tested yet. So that's another thing I haven't gotten to yet. Like, it's implemented, but not tested, which doesn't mean terribly much. But the matrix-based skinning works fine for the most part, as long as you don't have twisting, which we do have in Weiss. I had put a 3D camera in some weird position. Okay. Mystery solved. Actually, don't know if Weiss is even gonna load up, but let's give it a shot. Ooh, that's a lot of screws. I may be remembering incorrectly, but I believe you mentioned clasp in your talk about porting to the Switch. Huh? No. Almost definitely did not. Clasp is clasp in a state that is usable for the 3D side to try all thing along easier C++ interop. Almost definitely not. So ECL, last year I spent a bit of time making sure that trial actually loads and runs in CCL and ECL. Please stop your humming, miss. And so it loads in ECL and CCL. In CCL, it also, like, the examples actually run. In ECL, it takes about 8 hours to compile everything. And then the trial examples menu, the menu just showing you what you can select, runs at less than 1 frame per second. So I didn't even bother to actually load up anything at all, because there's no shot it would have run at anything. And Clasp shares a huge amount of code base with ECL, and it's like they do have the Cleaver compiler and whatever, so it might be a bit better, but I really would not bet on it at all. And CCL as well, there's a lot of even putting aside the fact that SBCL's compiler is just way better. There's a lot of SBCL specific optimizations in trial and the other libraries, just because SBCL has a lot of mechanisms that are useful for that. For instance, like 3D math uses a very slow and wasteful expansion to nested E-type cases. When you create a function call, which is very slow to compile, and depending on how bad the compiler is at like figuring that puzzle out, also slow to run. And SBCL has like its def transform mechanism, which it hooks into for that, which CCL does not have a comparative analogy for, or like a similar kind of thing for. But yeah, Weiss still runs. Hooray! Whee! So, you know, the physics kind of, they kind of work, you know, as long as you don't go too fast or anything, and can like clip through the floor if you, in certain circumstances. Yeah, I'm not doing it right now, but anyway. Yeah, so one of the issues in Weiss with the animation system is if you look at her arm in this pose, you can see how thin it gets. And that's a result of matrix skinning being used. So the twist on the arm loses volume. And the fix for that is to use dual quaternion skinning, but for my many hours of trying to get that to work, I have not yet so far. So, yeah. I don't like how that looks, especially in other kinds of animations, but for now, this is how it has to be. Whoop. God dang it. Do the finisher. Yay. Splat. Bonk. But yeah, more important than those kinds of graphical issues right now is like the authoring of levels in Blender is terrible. And I need to figure out something better, or like how to improve the workflow desperately. And yeah, that is the current state of things. Also, the game runs super slow because my shaders are really bad. And I have spent a lot of time and money trying to get like shader level profiling working, but NVIDIA's Nsight, even on Windows, does not. Like it just, for OpenGL, it just doesn't do it. Like it doesn't give you shader level performance things for whatever reason, at least as far as I can tell. And then I tried a whole bunch of stuff to like get it to work at all, with like going through Mesa and using DirectX and whatever, but then it can't get back to the shader source, so it's also useless. And I'm definitely not smart enough to understand what's going on when you stare at their fucking profiler output. That's just like X number of warps missed or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so those are things that are important for Weiss right now. Choppy stream. I'm not dropping any frames. So probably Twitch. I don't know. Also, hello, Albert. We'll keep you going on keeping things going on other Lisp names. I'm not sure I would if I started fresh. What? Sorry, what keep you going on keeping things going on other Lisp implementations? I'm not sure. Like, are you asking why I'm still bothering with making things portable to other implementations? It's also below 2 FPS. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't think... Hold on. Hold on, I'll switch to... Okay, sorry about that. I really don't know what the heck that was. Because, for sure, like, yeah, I don't know what the heck was going on. Like, OBS was showing constant 60. I'm on 30 frames now. Maybe that'll also help. I don't know. Yeah, it's fixed to 30 now. Ugh. Annoying. Sorry. I don't know what the hell that was. But also, you guys must have been on like minutes of delay if it was that bad, because like your messages were not responding to me in any timely manner. Now it's smooth. Okay. Why do you bother keeping things portable? Mostly because it's not very difficult. So I'm very used to compartmentalizing things into libraries, and then usually it's pretty trivial to keep things just portable by default, or like mostly portable. And then things like there's only minor things to worry about. And like putting a hash plus SBCL on a form that calls to SBCL internals is not hard. And having a slow path. So that's why like trial is like there's a lot of things in there that are fast specifically for SBCL. I just, nobody's done the work to make it fast on CCL and whatever, and I don't think anyone cares. But like the actual effort involved in keeping things at least in theory portable is pretty minimal, I would say. And yeah, I'm just kind of used to doing things in that fashion. I suppose it's kind of taking the decision to stop trying to support macOS myself was something that I didn't make lightly, and it still bothers me to this day. Especially because even years after I stopped doing it, it's still not the case that people like submit patches and whatever. Like there were, I think, 2 people after I put out my blog post like years ago about dropping macOS support. There were 2 people that submitted a couple of patches to include like precompiled binaries on macOS for a couple of the systems that I had listed. But nobody... And like there were probably like 10 people, I would say, that complained about trial not running on macOS or whatever. But I don't think anybody actually really tried to get it back going. It used to work, back 3 years ago. No, 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, it used to work on macOS. So whatever has broken in the time since is not major. It's not a major malfunction, but it's just, I guess Mac people just don't give a fuck. Like, I don't know. What would you wish the future of trial to be? It's a fairly open question. It would be nice. So sort of pie in the sky kind of ideas for trial that I would like to get to at some point are things like a constructive solid geometry workflow, so a CSG toolkit, So both being able to render and do all the physics with CSG. That's one. Having an actual editor component and like a better UI toolkit, but that's mostly in like making Alloy better. So that's not trial specific. I would very much, I think the most pressing need at the moment is a much better physics system. So something that can handle much more geometry, much more stable, much faster, and a better PBR rendering shader, because the one I wrote is very slow. Much slower than I think it should be. So like a shader wizard would be nice to have. What else would be nice to have? I don't know. Honestly, it's most of all, outside of trial or anything else, I would most like to have an income. An income that I can like actually move to my own place with and live off of. Because if I had that, I would just be working on whatever forever. Does trial support shader instancing? You're gonna have to explain what you mean by that. Why was trial named trial? Because it was a trial. Still is in a lot of ways. How long until trial is complete? Never. Infinity years, I guess. How long until Linux is complete? Kind of, yeah. A game engine is a bit of a forever project, but it's like, you know, in terms of big major things that I would like I have no illusions or ambitions for trial to be a replacement for Unity or Unreal or Godot. And I also have no illusions or interest at all for trial to be AAA ready or anything like that. So it's not like I need things like fucking Nanite or whatever. I think for the kinds of games that I want to make, what I mentioned before are the most crucial things. So, better physics, a level editing workflow and editor that actually works, so CSG based, and something that I've started working on is a much faster and more capable asset loading system. And the roadblock in that department for the asset loading is, so right now Weiss takes a long time to start up, even though the level is very small. And 90% of that load time is spent in decoding PNGs, which is not good. So the solution there is converting textures to UASTC, which is a specific Kronos texture format that can be decoded into ASTC, which is a GPU texture format, or degraded into any number of other specific texture formats like BPTC and BC1 and so on. But the problem, before we can actually start using that kind of technology, we need to implement those conversion routines so that we can actually decode UASTC, turn it into ASTC, and all of those other things. And that requires implementing a bunch of algorithms, which is probably my least favorite thing to do, aside from like debugging memory faults on Windows. So I don't know when that will be done. If you like reading papers and implementing algorithms from papers, give me a call, and you know. But yeah, it's like just faster loading, better physics, level editor. If we had those three things, I think Trial would be usable for pretty much any project that I would ever want to make. You know? Have you ever thought about moving to a cheaper country? Aren't Swiss housing prices really high? I have thought a lot about moving to another country. The problems with that are I'm a coward, and at least for the current foreseeable future, I am tied to this country for reasons of medicine and mental health. So, you know, and my income right now is not at the level where even in an adjacent neighboring country, I will be able to actually afford living off of it. Like, it's not even good enough for that, I don't think. At least not if I don't also live in a very remote rural place where people would, like, possibly stone me to death. You know? So, kind of, is wider adoption of trial by devs projects a goal ever? Not for me, no. I don't care. Really? Like, okay, not quite. I should be clear about that. It's kind of... It's very, very nice. One of the nicest feelings ever is when someone tells me, hey, I made use of this thing to do this other cool thing. Thanks a lot for your work on that. That is really cool. And it's also really cool for me when someone is like asking me questions about something and I can help them out. I love doing that kind of thing. So I'm interested in trial being useful for others, but I'm not interested in doing publicity. I'm not interested in doing marketing. I'm not interested in making trial appealing. You know, do you get the distinction? I'm not interested in making trial appealing, but I am interested in helping people that want to do cool stuff. You know, that's kind of the line that I want to tread is if someone is wants to use Trial or any of my other projects to do a thing, then I'm very happy to help. But I'm not interested in trying to vie for the attention of anyone else out there. Like, you know, that's the kind of thing. Do you look at or draw inspiration from other game engine projects, even if you don't aim to replace them? No. I've kind of like I've opened Unity like 3 times in my life, and every time, like the longest I ever spent in it was probably like an hour trying to get a model of A2 loaded into it to convert it for VR chat, and then I was like, why doesn't it import the materials from the 3D model file? What the fuck is this? And then I stopped and closed it, and I haven't opened it since. As a kid, I used GameMaker, but in general, it's not. I'm not interested. I don't care to learn. Like, learning tooling is one of my least favorite activities. It takes me years to update my Emacs config or like my i3 config. I had pretty much the same i3 config for the past almost 15 years, just because I couldn't be bothered. So I don't like learning tooling. It brings me no joy. I was just talking about using a single draw command to draw a lot of stuff. Draw arrays instance. It does do that already. Like Kandria does that, and there's the for a vertex array. There when you call draw array, you can pass the instance arguments, so you can do that. Sure. Would it look bad if used smaller textures? Yes. And also for the thing that Weiss does that makes it special, the painting mechanics, it needs large textures. How feasible do you think Trial will currently be for a strategy game? Many entities on screen and so on. Sure, why not? Very feasible. I don't see the problem really. For strategy games, the biggest issue is going to be the pathfinding. Like, you're going to need a fast pathfinding algorithm. The rest is kind of peanuts by comparison. You do make it appealing for devs, no, just not traditional marketing. You mean, I'm sure you put lots of effort to make it usable and onboarding. No, no, I don't. I really don't. Trial is made for you and your needs. I mean, kind of. I do, like, in anything I design. Like, I make projects based on what I'm interested in and what I need. Always. But I always also consider or try to design things in a way that is generally understandable and usable and, like, has a broader kind of applicability than just my narrow use case. But, you know, I'm not an altruist or anything. Technical choices on Trial mean that it self-selects its users and this is a strength. Yes, I guess so. I mean, there's a lot of... it's... I think I would say it's kind of a hazy border, because it's... a lot of things, usability things, are bad for everyone. There's a lot of ways in which, like, when I look at how other people make their games and so on, like, when they just, like, they can interactively drag a bunch of sliders and then add another effect on top and layer it and zip, 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 and then in like 10 minutes they have a prototype of a nice looking effect. That's when I get jealous, because in trial doing that kind of thing is very bothersome and slow in comparison. Like the kinds of immediate feedback loops you get in those engines editor workflows, especially Godot has like a lot of really neat tooling around that. That is really cool for authoring assets and so on. And Trial has a lot of weakness in that sense. It has a lot of strength in the sense that it is, as a software, it is extremely flexible. Like there's pretty much anything about it that you can change and suit to your needs. But inversely, the issue is that a lot of things you do need to change to your needs. The way it is right now, it's not already convenient or fast to get going with, which hurts approachability, yes, and that's not really a concern necessarily, but it also hurts just productivity and like speed of development for even people like me. So like that's why I made like the Particle Studio project. I made that because making particle effects in Trial with just code was such a pain in the ass. So I got a lot happier once I gave up trying to convince people that my language choice was not only rational but empowering. Why did you do this in Lisp? For many secret elite reasons. I don't know, man. Like I started making games when I was 6 years old. I wrote my first game in Fortran, and then with like 8 or whatever, I found GameMaker, and I made shitty games in GameMaker, and then in high school I made a shitty game engine in Java, and then in uni I made a shitty game engine in Lisp. And for me, it's not like, I don't know. Lisp is just for me the most comfortable place to be. But I don't think Lisp as a language is necessarily the best thing for everything. It's especially for like networking, I found it to be painful and bad. Let's put it that way. Let's put it this way. Lisp is very comfortable for me. And I think for the purpose of making indie games, it doesn't have enough disincentives to not use it. If that makes any sense. Constant demands to justify the use of Lisp really wears you down after a while. A lot of my professional Lisp projects have been heavy network systems. I guess, I don't know. I mean, like, it's just my experience writing LightChat and Maiden in Lisp was just, it was so hard to debug what the fuck was going wrong when, like, the server would just, like, stop accepting connections after a day of being up on production. It was just, I was just, fuck this. I'm gonna use Elixir for that, which, you know, I've been happy with that choice. And I think in general, like, kind of not having any non-blocking I/O stuff in Lisp just makes it not great for that. The non-blocking I/O is just, ugh. But you know, you can work around it, I'm sure, if you're dedicated enough. I just, I don't have the strength for it or something. I don't know. Let me actually test again if the stream gets really slow again once Weiss is running, or if that's like if that was a fluke. So OBS is still saying no drop frames, 30 seconds, 30 FPS, stable. CPU usage is not high. I don't know. Or is it? No. Good so far? Okay. Interesting. Like, the game itself is laggy, sure, but the stream shouldn't be. No frame rate issues. Okay, that's good. Bonk. Bonk. Game looks awesome. Thank you. I guess I could show some of the Blender integration stuff. Just because that's not something that is documented at all. Let's have a, oh, that's not the right model. Okay, so this is the main character for the game. And the first thing is that let's get into layout mode. Please. Okay. First thing that is interesting is that like actual colliders are part of so like the way the physics interaction collider shapes they're defined inside Blender. So this is like the actual collider. You can also set what physics systems it's collidable with. You can set all the mass properties in here. You can set the shape. And then here we have like an inner hitbox for where you can get damaged. So for instance, if an enemy hits against the outer collider, it doesn't trigger anything, but if it hits the inner one, then Weiss takes damage. And then we have another collider for the sword, which gets mapped by the game engine onto the sword bone. So stuff like mapping onto bones is kind of in now. Like you can actually put physics shapes onto bones and it'll do the calculation correctly. It's just not done here for other reasons that I don't want to get into. So you can do physics stuff in Blender, and then if we get into the actual animation, oh my god, please. Animation things, for instance, we can have a look at this one. So if I scrub through here, you can see this is one of the finisher animations. And for Weiss, we also have things defined like the camera reference and the enemy target reference. And so when the game runs, it actually tweens the camera onto that so that we can do cutscenes. And it also snaps the enemy into place for this so that the enemy is anchored correctly relative to Weiss. So you can do that kind of stuff. The orange things you see here are markers. It's very small. I can't make it bigger. I don't know how to zoom in on Blender. But basically, this is used to mark effects. So stuff like sound effects, like the punch or impact and step, are specific sound effects. But you can also trigger other things, like... Okay, so here's still sound effects. But if you go further back, there's other types of effects that are triggered, like fountain and splatter, trigger like blood spurts coming out. So you can use these markers to set like gameplay actions. Refill causes like your blood gauge to refill. So you can define things that happen during the animation in the Blender timeline. And then you also have these extension things here. You can set what kind of animation it is. So this is set to physical, which means it's a root motion animated thing. And then you can also say whether it loops or whether it goes into another animation, what the blending is for that, and so on. So all of those animation properties are also defined in Blender itself. Which is really, really nice for actually making sure stuff looks and works as it should. Do you actually have streaming now for the levels, or do you still load the whole level at once, as with Kandria? We still load the whole level at once, as with Kandria right now. I started working on streamed loading. The problem for that is that the problem is difficult because of the way assets are defined, and I haven't yet finished it. Like, you can stream load textures in the background. One of the examples does this. But like for loading something like this character model here, the issue is that it's just one file, and the way it's defined in your project sort of in Trial is that it's just an asset, and Trial doesn't know what that asset contains. And for model files like this, it's going to contain a bunch of meshes, it's going to contain a bunch of textures, and so the system needs to know which things to defer and how in order to actually stream them in the background. And then there's a whole bunch of issues around lifetime of the file and so on, because the file is like memory mapped and then it reads it from there. So it needs to make sure that that sticks around, and etc. So for things like that, it's a bit more tricky than for just a texture that you define individually. I started working on that in December, but then I had to take time off because I got burnt out, and I still have not fully recovered, so yeah. But also, as I alluded to earlier, I think the more important thing than actual background streamed loading is implementing GPU texture formats that we can just directly hand a pointer to and upload, rather than having to do expensive PNG decoding for. So, right. Let me also show you the level editing stuff. So this is the level that I was in before. It's very short. As you can see, not much to it. Bye-bye. But it's all set in Blender, so you can set triggers and spawners and so on. So this is a trigger that spawns in the player. This is a trigger that spawns in the guy lying on the floor. You can also put in other objects and set whether they should be movable or not. So you have these settings over here. And it imports all the materials and things. And then last year I started working on like a level editing workflow specifically for Weiss so that I can make these sort of room layouts more quickly. Part of that work resulted in a Blender extension that you can get right now called Rectangle Tools. So if you go into Get Extensions and then you search for Rectangle Tools, you can install that. And so where is it? Already registered, right? And Rectangle Tools lets you do things like, oops. If you're in overhead view, you can activate it, and then you can, if it would activate. Oh, there we go. Okay. Whoa, what the heck? What is happening? I don't know what's going on. I think I have a bad version. Let's just get this. What the heck, man? Does it work now? No. Okay. Interesting. Hold on. Huh. Weird. Did they change something? Like, why is this tool no longer working? Huh. I wonder if like 5.0 broke the plugin. Huh. That's no bueno. Well, another thing for me to take a look at. Okay, let's get back to the stuff that actually works. Bye, baggers. So, for things like triggers, if I go into physics here, you have like a panel of things where you can set what kind of trigger it is, and then like things like rotation and spreading and how many things to spawn and when. So for instance, up here you have these enemies that spawn in, which will be spawned within this volume, and then they'll be rotated randomly around Y, but also snapped down to the ground, and the trigger will be activated, or like the spawner will be activated when the player walks through this trigger volume, so you can do all that kind of stuff. And you can also do triggers like these, which control camera movement. So when the player walks in here, the camera snaps. And do all that stuff. But honestly, Blender is just not a good level editing tool. Just kinda sucks. Kinda sucks, man. Oh. I was using Trench Broom myself. Yeah, I looked at a lot of like CSG kind of things, even cat things like Sketchfab and whatever. AutoSketch, no, not what was the fucking Google thing? Google SketchUp. I was looking at SketchUp and all of that stuff. Problem with Trench Broom is that it doesn't export a manifold mesh, or like a watertight mesh, when you export, it just exports a bunch of cubes. For every brush that you use, it's a cube. So things aren't like, there's inwards facing faces that go all over the place, so it's completely useless for that. And the only thing it does is like export, or like you can get the finalized BSP, which is in the Quake format, but then you would need to decode that, so it's useless for me. How do you handle colliders for slopes? There's no, like, what you're seeing is the actual geometry that's exported and used for physics interaction, so there's nothing else. This is like the actual geometry that trial will get, including these walls that are created through geometry nodes. And then the convex decomposition takes care of turning all of this stuff into actual colliding volumes. Like if I, it's one big mesh, yes. Kind of, because of the way one of the effects works, it kind of has to. Which is, ooh, the splat map sizes are way too big, so that will be a performance bottleneck reason. Gameplay. Why is it doing that? Oh. Never mind, still slow as balls. I don't know what's going on. I guess Blender is also eating a bunch of shit. I think it was, no, not F2, yeah. So here you can see the actual colliders. So it just turned this into like a collider shape like this, apparently. But yeah, it's just automatic. Holy, that's slow. Like it, for the collision system itself, it doesn't care if it's one big mesh or multiple. You can also create specific meshes only for collision geometry. So if you have a mesh, you can where is it? What is happening? Yeah, if you set it to non-renderable, it'll like not be displayed, but still cause collisions. So theoretically, you could have like a display mesh and then define all your collision geometry separately. So you could do that. I don't want to do that because that feels like double the effort. But you can, like, trial itself doesn't really care. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to like create triggers and do trial specific things. And Europe. Oh gosh, sorry about that. Anything else I can show or do or... It's been 2 hours, hasn't it? Yeah, okay. That about seems right. It's been very enjoyable. Thanks for putting this on. well, thanks for joining. The main stars, all 4 of them visible. What's up, buddies? Oh, you're being fat. Yeah. Look at that one. That's some good plumage. Holy. I'll have 100 new questions every day. You haven't even had 100 today. You look well fed. Yeah. That's one word for it. Judging by how much you love network programming, Lisp, Weiss will surely get a network co-op, right? If you give me $1 million, sure. If you take $1 million Zimbabwean dollar and we have a deal. What's actually the exchange currency on that right now? Isn't networking co-op kind of hard to work with? Yeah, that's a joke. $0.003. Okay. So if you have $1 million, that's $2,750 US dollars. That's about the subsistence minimum for 1 month in Zurich. Now, subsistence minimum, as you might guess, is not a minimum wage. We don't have that. But it's also not really livable. It's like you can scrape by on that maybe, but... And I make less than half of that in actual money. So sure, I'll take $1 million Zimbabwean dollars if you got them. Not to implement networking co-op though. I think that would take a bit more than a month of work. What's the trial way to track game data from scenes you have exited? So you can... I really shouldn't be putting together a birdcage while I'm doing the stream, should I? You can either enter an instance, like add it from the old scene into the new one, so you can move it between both, or like have it be present in both, or you just use a global variable. I don't know, it doesn't really matter too much. Like Lisp is not exactly shy around global variables, is it? So you can just do that. And Trial has like the finalized system to ensure you clean up things once the game actually exits, if you're worried about that. Question about Kandria. Since you added the mod support and it was kind of an extra step, are you aware of any serious mod ever created for it? No, I don't think anybody, like even with the mod.io support and the level editor, I don't think anyone ever even made a level that wasn't me. Let alone like a mod that does like gameplay changes. I know like someone, when I was having like a bug with one of their gamepads, they figured out how to make like a trivial mod to load their gamepad device map. Like they figured that out on their own, which is sick. Like mad respect to that person. I was very pleasantly surprised when they were like, oh yeah, I just made a mod with that. Nowadays, Kandria, like on the latest patch, it does it on its own if you have the file in the Kandria folder. But no, I'm not aware of anyone. In general, I'm not actually aware of people playing the game, even outside of the people that complain about bugs on the Steam forums. There was someone recently who posted in the Discord that had like an insanely detailed map filled out. So I guess that person must have liked the game well enough, but in general, no, I don't really have any. Gonna have to. Like the mod system, you can make mods for Kandria. It will do it. It'll just load them, but it doesn't have any documented or whatever API, which is what, like, it doesn't have any documentation or API interface, which is what I was going to do if that stretch goal were reached. But you can still do it, you know. Nothing's stopping you if you got enough dedication, I guess. The system is there. Do you think that trial would be a good engine for people to use who are trying to learn modern Lisp? Like, in terms of, like, source code referencing, or, like, what? Like, what do you mean by that? think there's, if you want to learn... I don't know if I'm doing this wrong here with this bird bath and beyond. No, I can't remove that plate. These are like fucking premium screws that they got here, not the AliExpress kind of screw quality I'm used to. I think so. I think the problem with trial is that it's not documented. Like I don't think it's a good first stop for anyone. There's I have a lot of other projects that are documented and small and self-contained that get into like various aspects that trial makes use of, like, you know, class and meta objects and all of that nonsense. So I think those would be better to like learn Lisp with if you're asking about looking at source code. If you're saying that like you want something that gives people like an interactive environment that they can play around in and see their actions, maybe. I did want to, like, that was a thing I worked on briefly for a while. It was like a shader toy recreation using trial, so that you could like load shader toy shaders into trial and have them like mirror things, like work the same way. I never did finish it, but I think that is with a bit more work towards that specific goal, I think that could be done. I think you would want a framework on top of trial to aim towards teaching. So you would need much easier, much simpler primitives to like draw shapes, textures, do collision, etc. So like very, very easy commands to like bring things onto the screen, load a file, do all the project scaffolding and so on, and then test trial enough that it's really hard to break it. Like even if you do weird things, that you can always get into a state where you recover from it. Right now there's a couple cases where there's ways in which trial can sort of break, and then you need to restart your Lisp image to get it back into a state where you know what the fuck is going on. So I think those two things would, at least for my kinds of standards and the things I would go for if that was my goal, I would want to make absolutely sure that one, trial can be obtained in a very, very easy way, which now is kind of there with the Docker stuff. 2, that the way you interact with trial is as tuned as possible for teaching the things you want to teach. So some kind of library or system on top of trial, maybe even with a UI. And 3, that the user cannot fuck it up. And that is going to just mean a lot of testing, a lot of user testing, not just testing by yourself, but like actually having people use it and possibly fuck it up, and doing that. And that's a lot of work and a lot of tedious work. And, you know, but sure, why not? I think Trial in general is more of a framework for building things with than, you know, a thing of its own right now, at least in my mind. Something like the sketch library for Triley. Kind of, yeah. Like, there's already, like, so, Alloy has a bunch of, like, immediate mode kind of drawing function things, but they're cumbersome, so, you know, the usual things. Very, very easy ways to draw text, to draw rectangles and any kind of polygon, and to move them around, make them spin, make them collide. You know, those kinds of things. Having a good 2D physics system would also be great for that. Just to make sure you can have some really cool, fun, physicsy interactions. Like having a physics system where you can just make things bounce around is like one of the fastest ways to make something interesting and fun to look at. So, yeah. How interactive is Stride currently? Can you, for instance, interactively add an object which you defined in the image through Slime? Yes. Object might be a bad example since that will almost certainly work, but how much of the engine itself can you change before having to restart? Tough to answer. In case you can redefine low-level things without having to restart the engine, load the image, then how did you go about designing that? Trial and error. Class is kind of the answer for that. So class has a bunch of, or class and more specifically the mop have a bunch of protocols around redefinition and changing. So you can change shaders and classes and so on, and they'll update live. Sometimes that will break just because the state machine for OpenGL is very complex and hard to keep track of. But a lot of things you can change on the fly. The one thing that you cannot currently change on the fly well is Alloy, because Alloy works in a way where you have sort of, or at least the way currently I used to have a whole widget system which was meant to do redefinition and then rebuild the layout based on what you changed, but that never worked well, so that's been a thing that it's still around, but you shouldn't use it. So that's something that I wanted to change, but right now, most of the time, like all the UIs in Trial and Kandria and Weiss and so on work in a way where you have a function that runs and that creates instances of components, and those create instances of shapes, and then you can interact with the components. But if you change the presentation of a component, which is Alloy's way of saying, here's how you draw that component to the screen, it won't auto-update right now. That part shouldn't be too hard to do. I think that should actually be fairly trivial to change. If you change the define representation thing. But the other thing is that, like, when the actual layout of the UI of like where components are positioned, what kinds of components you have, how they're related to data and so on, that's just done via a function that is run when you show the UI or whatever. So what I end up doing a lot is just like hide that panel and show it again, which loses all the state within it, of course. So that's not good yet, and I don't know yet a good solution to that. And then there's a whole bunch of Alloy related things and changes that I have wanted to do for years. Things around styling and animation and so on that need doing. But there's nothing like theoretically standing in a way of having almost your entire system be redefinable. It's just a question of like how do you compose your current state? And when the thing that defines how your state was composed changes, how do you react to that? So, like in most examples in trial and also the workbench, like you have this kind of thing. You have a setup scene method and then this maybe reload scene. So if you recompile that, it just clears the scene and calls the function and again to rebuild it, which is fine enough, but obviously you lose all the state within it. If you want something more complicated than that like retains the state that does not change, then you're gonna need a more advanced mechanism, like to update classes. Oh shit, I don't have that visible anymore, right? Like here, if you update classes, then the class protocol makes sure that you don't lose or reinitialize slots that weren't changed, and trial will take care of like recomposing and reloading shaders if you change those and all of that nonsense. So that part is sort of done incrementally and nicely, mostly as you would expect, but you have the usual sort of pitfalls. If you change an init form of a slot, it won't actually change what's in the slots of any instances you've already created. So that might not be what you want. You need to that kind of logic stuff is not always something that the system can figure out on its own, just because it doesn't know what you want to refresh and what you don't. So theoretically, there is no limit. Practically, often it becomes easier to just restart than try and modify the existing state to match your expectations. But you can do it. Like, it's all inspectable and traversable and whatever. Like, if I go back into Weiss, what I end up doing a lot, because we don't have an editor, is end up using describe a lot to, and like the slime inspector just sucks ass. What I end up doing a lot is like, hold on, let me go into Scratch. Is doing things like this. So I call describe and then I compile that form in. And trial has a ton of, so like the debugging section of the documentation explains this, but trial has a ton of methods defined on describe object that give you better information than just this nonsense. So for instance, here for the scene, you can see what passes are defined and how to hook together. And you can see the textures and frame buffers, and you can even see the tree of objects, like the scene graph that is defined. So you can take a look at that, and then you can see, oh, I have the player and its name player, so I can also take the player out and describe that, and then you get like, oh, it currently is in the idle clip and has these morphs and all of these clips I could play, and here's the skeleton, here's the collision systems it participates in, the transform, what sub-entities does it have, what primitives, and then I can like primitives, or I think it's physics primitives, yeah. So I can do those, and I have its vector, good, arif 0, let's have a look at that. Oh, it's a pill, it's in these systems, that transform and so on. So like, I do that a lot to try and figure out what's going on with my current system. Or for instance, if you go, what is a good example? Write the shaders of like, if we go back in, and then I do shader program for pass, and we want the render pass and the player, and we describe that shader object. That's nothing. What? Oh, right, because it's not actually visible. I guess we'll take the skirt. Or We can also do ELT, because any container in trial is a sequence, so you can use sequence functions. Oh, it wants to be current, okay. Oh no. But yeah, it's like, here's all the shader states. It's a lot of state. And here's like the shader code that's actually running for this object. And here's the buffer is attached and blah blah blah. So, you know. Maybe you've talked about this before, but what is your why in all of this? What motivates you to take on large solo, or at least mostly solo projects? How do you keep on moving? I struggle with this at times. So this goes back to a question I get a lot, which is, how do you get so much done? Wow, you're so prolific. You're so productive, whatever. And the answer for that is, I don't know. I'm talented. And to me, talent means the inability to stop. So I can't help myself. I just work on things. I just do things, and I don't know. A lot of the times, especially like more recently with my failed university second degree and so on, what I realize is that is also very much to my own detriment. I have very little control over what my interests are at any given moment. And if the interest does not match what I consider important or what I should be working on for any other reason, then I get very depressed very quickly and end up doing nothing at all. So I mostly just end up following whatever I'm interested in at any moment, and then I do things. And because I'm good at doing the things I'm interested in, I end up doing a lot of things. So I'm afraid I don't have any like good advice on how to stick with things, because I don't know why I do it. I can't help myself. I just do. Sounds extremely autistic, interest needing to match what you're doing. Yeah, I know. I did get and for those that aren't on my Patreon, I did get an ADD diagnosis this January, so I got that, and I'm now scheduled for an appointment for autism as well. But that's in June. That was the earliest date they had available is in June, so we'll see about that. But yeah, it's like even in university, I was ETH was very tough, and now I think the only reason that I managed to get through a bachelor's and half of a master's at all was because I had no clue what else to do. And to an extent, I still don't, because I still don't have any clue on how to get a stable source of income without falling into a massive depressive hole. So I'm still there. It's just I don't also need to torture myself with being in university and doing all sorts of things that I have no interest in. But even in ETH, when I was there, I had to spend a lot of time on my own projects. In some ways, ETH was the most productive I'd ever been, simply because being in a lecture was the best kind of focus for me, because I've always been able to sort of listen in on something while doing something else. So I just half paid attention to the lectures and half worked on whatever I was interested in. Because I was in Unity for the foreseeable future, I didn't have any deadline on any of my projects. I didn't have any focus, so I did Radiance, I did Trial, I did Light Chat, I did so many different Radiance modules, I did Markless, I did SF3, I think even started in Uni. So many different projects that started off in university just because I didn't feel pressure to do anything in particular aside from the university tasks. And then once I quit uni back in 2020 and I started working on Kandria full-time, it became much harder for me to justify any kind of excursions to things that weren't related to Kandria itself. And even right now, I'm struggling with exactly that, because currently I'm honestly not very interested in working on problems specific to Weiss. And so what ends up happening is that I try and force myself to work on something related to Weiss, but I can't get my interest to match. And so I end up sitting there and not doing anything at all. And then very, very rapidly, like within the span of like half an hour, feeling insanely depressed and moody about it. Or I do something else that I might be interested in, or might actually make progress on, and then still feel bad in the evening because I know I didn't achieve the things that are actually important to work on right now. So right now, as it stands, it's kind of just a lose-lose situation. Aren't you back in uni for psychology now? I was, for 3 months. And then I had to quit because it was deadlocking me so hard. I could not pay attention in lectures. I could not pay attention to my own projects in lectures like I used to be able to. I could not pay attention at home. I could not pay attention at the office. I could not really do much of anything at all. And I just had to stop. So yeah, that was a hard blow, like knowing that even though the psychology, both the university and the degree itself, would not be anywhere near as sort of demanding and challenging as the degree I already got, I couldn't bear it. Like the regimented workflow and my being older and having other experiences in life just resulted in that being unsustainable anymore. But hey, now we're barely related to trial anymore. Not much of a Q&A of technical nature here. Like, the way I managed to get through Kandria was that I allowed myself enough time in the planning and scheduling that I did, in the management that I did, to potentially be able to wait for months or even years for certain features before I had to implement them. And usually within that lax time, at some point, I would have sufficient interest to actually do them. But that is not something that you can do at any other company that isn't me. And it's even not something I can really do for myself. It's just it's very, very tough to deal with, especially as long as I don't actually make enough of a wage to live with, because oh god, that shit is, yeah. Sounds like a lost loss, not being able to study, not being able to work on new projects either. Yeah. Like, it was, I never wanted to go back to uni in the first place. What I wanted was to practice psychology as a therapist. The problem is that in order to do that, you need a master's in psychology plus further education. And so it was a necessary prerequisite towards that. And I still think I would have been good at being a therapist. I am good at listening to people, like being empathetic, understanding of their problems, and like talking through with them. And especially of importance for a therapist is that I'm not hugely affected when people are going through very tough times. Like, I can compartmentalize those things well. So I think I would have been suited to the profession, and like, it would have been a profession where I can remain self-employed and where I don't foresee the future suddenly being in a way where there's far less demand for therapists out there. So it also seemed like something that would be at least somewhat future-proof, which was the first time in my life that I had an idea for a job I could do that would actually pay me. But I guess it's not to be, so I don't know. I'm back at not knowing what to do, because clearly the video game thing, I never expected that to work out either. Like, I didn't think Kandria was going to recoup at all, and even recouping would have been a long shot, and it did not. But now I'm at a point where I don't have enough money anymore to actually pay the artists that I need to pay, like my 3D animator. And so I'm back at not knowing how to proceed to do anything, really. So yeah, a lot of things that are currently weighing on my brain, and are probably adding to me being scatterbrained and unable to focus on the things that are important, but you know. So many companies are going to lose the AI race when they could have supported trial. Yeah, it's the usual thing. At least Ireland now committed to doing the RWBY thing for artists, which is already, that is like a miracle. I never expected them to actually continue that program, because all the other RWBY trials, Finland and Switzerland and other places, were always like, yeah, the trial was successful and showed that it's like universally beneficial, but we're just not going to do it anyway. So I was fully expecting that to happen again. But maybe there's a glimmer of hope, so who knows though. Right now, my biggest hope is still that with the ADD and autism diagnosis, once that's actually in the bag, I'll be able to claim some amount of social support and use that as another funding source, so to speak. And ideally, it would be enough to combine with the Patreon and the measly amounts from game sales to like actually be able to move out, which would take another bit of pressure off me, because living in your home with your parents for 32 years certainly has an effect, let's say. But yeah, I spend a lot of time thinking about how millions and billions are spent on absolute garbage, nonsense, earth-burning bullshit, while artists around the world are starving themselves to death, not receiving fucking anything when they would need barely anything at all to provide entertainment and value to all mankind for free. And it just, it boggles the mind. That kind of thing radicalizes people pretty quickly, I would say. It's not even, but what if it doesn't? It's just like, but we don't want to be a socialist state. We don't care that it does work. We just don't want to be enacting any socialist policies, regardless of whether they're universally beneficial or not. It's not about... It was never about whether it worked. It was never about that. That it would work would be patently obvious to any economist, sociologist. But it's never about that, Are you aware of any other commercial projects in the works of trial? No. Sounds like a good plan for the short to medium term. Well, it was a year and a half ago that I applied for social support, and they're still evaluating. And I'm fully expecting to be rejected. So it'll have been a year and 2 years or whatever of extra medical appointments and nonsense for nothing. So, Artists and creators in general need to be treated like people instead of we have pretenders who are jealous of a skill they could have tried to earn themselves. They tried but wanted to be an instant money-making machine. So I have a lot of complicated thoughts about artists in general and art and its relation to power structures, and I think instead of going on a long tangent, I'll just say there was a recently NoClip, which is a YouTube channel that makes video game documentaries. They made a documentary about Disco Elysium, and it's an amazing, amazing documentary. You really, really should watch it. It's very inspiring, it's very cool. But what I want to talk about for this point is in the section about art. The lead art director talked about how during the Soviet Union spent a lot of money on furthering art and culture, and artists were respected as people. And as soon as the Union fell and capitalism took over, artists became seen as the sort of black sheep, because you can't make any money with art. That's not a sustainable profession. What are you doing? And parents would not want to send their children into art because it would not be something they can live off of. And it just kind of I think that's an interesting real-world example of how in a way art under capitalism, under liberal democracy, is not sponsored on purpose because a large point of art is to be critical and self-reflective of our current society, and capitalism does not want to sustain or support that kind of critique of itself necessarily. So the way you can, prevent radicalization, political uprising, and so on is by suppressing art as well. And you do that by just not funding it. The capitalist machine is very good at producing art that sustains itself, so to speak. Anyway, that's your obligatory capitalism bad tangent, I guess. Let's get back to technical things, shall we? Any questions about trial in specific, how to do certain things? Do you want me to show you how to do a thing? Or do you want to look at a specific thing I did in Weiss or Kandria or whatever? Should we use Alloy for in-game subtitles with glyphs? What do you mean by glyphs? But yes, other than glyphs, yes. I don't know what you mean by glyphs. Like, do you mean like icons and sprites? An image font. Ooh. My advice is don't use image fonts. You really don't want to use image fonts for a variety of reasons. So Jan Moringer Symptom started working on an OTF library, but Trowel at the moment only supports TTF files, and of those that don't, it does not support it only supports not rasterized image TTFs. So you can only draw things that are vector graphic fonts with Alloy. If you really need to draw images, then you're gonna have to roll your own, but I heavily recommend against it. A white font with black outline. Well, you can do that with Trial. With Alloy, you can like Kandria does it already. And hold on, I'll show you real quick if I can think of the best way to do that. I don't know if my question is, are you aware of any other commercial projects? Yes, I did answer that, and I said no. I'm not aware of anything. I'm aware of someone that did like a spaceship, like a 2D space flying asteroids like kind of thing, but I forgot what it was called, and they haven't shown their face around the chat in a long time, so I don't even know. But that was like a free thing. They okay, Alloy examples. Let's Alloy examples. Oh, fonts maybe. Launch. Oh. Okay. We'll be here for a bit. So let's watch. Can I, like, do even one thing today that doesn't trigger some bullshit? What the heck, man? Didn't I already fixed this. Huh? Okay, I did not fix this. What does with results do? Huh? That is bizarre. So set is something. Translate match. Oh, this is just really stupid. Okay. What the heck? How did this ever get done? Okay, here we go. What the fuck are you doing? Get your shit together. Dog. Another very good commit message that is there for for the people that care about commit messages. Anyway. Okay, alright, let's do this styled label, blah blah blah. Okay, so we can actually do, I think it was markup, I think it was 0, 1000, or I forget the exact syntax. Was it that? Nope. What did it want? Keep forgetting the actual syntax of this nonsense. Should document that at some point. Wouldn't that be something? Okay, here we go. We got an outline. It's black. Let's make it white. I think you can do that as well. Or red. Yes. Here we go. Black outline. Let's make it thicker. This will look horrendous. Yeah, there you go. Outlines. Wow. Yeah, so the outline is part of the markup section of a label, which is one of those things in Alloy that's like... So long ago, the dream of Alloy was that text would be very, very simple. You would have text that would only be a string, and it would have static properties, and then you would just pick together instances of that text if you needed like specific markup within the string. But it turned out that that was not feasible for reasons of text layouting. And so it grew this markup thing. As you can see, it has issues. Anyway, that's how you do outlines. Anything else? Actually, I'm gonna go grab a drink, so prepare your questions, and I'll be back. Tools. If you could highlight one or two major contributions to the trial that would have the biggest impact, what would you want someone to work on? I think you mentioned right after I joined something about algorithm implementations on later shader enhancements. So, whenever people ask me, what would you want? I always ask them, what can you do? What are you interested in? Because there are a plethora of things that I want, and most of those things I know most people will not care about or consider themselves to be incapable of doing for any number of reasons, though usually the only real reason is that they don't care, which is fine. There's many things I don't care about either. And so my question would be to you, what do you want to do? What areas are you interested in? And then I can tell you things in that area that will be nice to have. Because otherwise it can give you a tremendously long list of ever increasingly ridiculous wishes. I'm a very, very greedy person, so I never have a shortage of the things I would want done. That IOCTL, yeah. Thank you for that, by the way. Kind of random, but would something like a procedural animation system be something you would want in trial itself? I don't know what the scope is for adding things to trial. At one point, trial had like my half-baked attempt at doing geometry clip maps, which is a technique that is only really useful for doing open world games with. So technically the limit is nothing. The only thing I try to consider about whether it goes into, say, Weiss or Kandria or trial is how specific is the solution to my specific need that I'm currently implementing. So procedural animation system, sure, why not? I mean, if it's like, I don't even know what the extent of that would be. Like, I have no clue when or where one would use that. But like, for instance, something that's been on the to-do for a long time is sort of soft body physics. So things like cloth and gummies or like bosom physics would be very nice to have, especially if they're done on the GPU. NVIDIA has some very interesting papers about that that you might want to peruse. So, my favorite things to play with are performance-based. My brain loves to see numbers go in the right direction, but I'm relatively new to Lisp and your project, so I lack the context, I suppose, to identify where those major performance challenges exist. Okay, performance. So, last year, Charles did a lot of work to fix the bottlenecks in Kandria specifically for the Switch so that it can run at 60 FPS. It can do that for the most part now. So you can run a 2D game, a sizable 2D game at a stable frame rate on potato hardware like the Switch one. The caveat is that when it hits class dispatch, when the class dispatch gets a cache miss in PCL, then you get a hiccup where it slows down noticeably. And that's because those caches are not properly warmed up. And that is extremely in the weeds things for SBCL's PCL implementation of class that I have no clue about, that Charles had no clue about, and I don't know that anybody has any clue about that is still alive and reachable today. So that would be a performance thing that would be really valuable to have, but is probably way out in the weeds. But I don't know, there's been people that like knew nothing about SBCL and then went and implemented like a new compiler backend. So, it's possible. That will be one thing. The other thing is very much shaders related. So right now, when you run Weiss, the frame rate is way, way, way below what I would expect it to be for a game of that complexity in terms of what it does. So something in the PBR shader that I developed for trial, I think it has to be in the PBR shader for trial, is very slow. And I don't know what it is, because I don't know much about how shader performance works other than do as little as possible. So, I don't know. I tried to debug that using NVIDIA Insight. I bought a 3050 specifically for that, because that supposedly gives you shader level profiling, but I could not get that to work for OpenGL at all. It just refuses to do it. I tried all sorts of tricks to get it to run through Mesa's DirectX translation layer, but I couldn't get it going. So I still have no clue where that shader is bad or how to improve it. But if you know about shaders, that would be tremendously valuable. would be a much better PBR shader pipeline for trial. So that is something. Other than that, in Lisp, at least in SBCL, what you do to determine bottlenecks is you run your sample application, then you run a start SBSprof, start profiling, and then you wait, and then you stop profiling, and then you do slime sprof report, and you stare at that report graph for hours, trying to figure out what the heck you can improve and how. So that's how you do. That's kind of how you do optimization. There is also another thing that would be probably less impactful, but very nice to have because it's something that I've wanted for a long time, is SIMD implementations of various math routines that are used in 3D math, so which is the 3D matrix and vector and quaternion algebra library that I implemented. So having SBCMD specific routines for things like matrix multiplication, matrix vector multiplication, and transform vector and quaternion vector and so on. Having SIMD specific routines for those would be nice, especially if they work for different target architectures like SSE 4.2, AVX, AVX2, you know, that stuff. So that would be cool, mostly just because it's a thing that I thought about doing many times, but just never feel like doing because I don't care. Oh yeah, what's up with the Switch release of Kandria? Did you not port trial to Switch for that? And probably in anticipation of Weiss. I did, yeah. It, as I just mentioned, Kandria runs on the Switch fairly stably. The problem is just running on there is not enough. It needs to go through certification, and for that it needs to do a bunch of other crap, like making sure all the menus run, making sure that the startup shows the boot logo instead of just being a black screen for like 30 seconds, making sure that all the things are called the things that Nintendo wants them to be called, and whatever else that certification would report for it, which is a non-insignificant amount of work for me. And the plan was to get Kandria Switch port submitted to the Zurich, the new Zurich Games Grant, which I did do at the end of October, and the deadline for submission was end of November. But it's very well possible that because my application was so early, it somehow got lost in their system, because while other people have gotten emails about the presentation that they're supposed to hold about it in February, like, I guess that already passed maybe, I never did get anything. I did email them about it in January, and I never heard back. So very possible that they just lost that thing, which means I'm gonna need to submit my grant application again, and if I do get that money, then I'll do the port. If not, I don't know, someday maybe. The comments around the matter are probably still wrong, but they were also clearly an explanation for why the design was what it was, so changing them was definitely out of my scope. If they're being wrong remains an irritation. Ah, right. Kind of want to utilize trial like a GUI library to implement other utility tools like JS placement. I mean, that would more be Alloy's kind of thing than Trial, because Trial doesn't really do GUIs, but sure, why not? You can do that with Alloy. I mean, if you're like dedicated enough. Like, one of the biggest missing things in Alloy right now is a good text area editor thing. The thing it has right now is, for many reasons, really bad. So you can't do like a text editor in Alloy, at least not right now. That's been on my backlog for like 5 years. But it's the kind of work that I dread doing, so, you know. If I had money, I would instantly hire Jan Moringa to work on that stuff, because he started working on that kind of thing. But then I ran out of money, and he ran out of time, so. Automatic vectorization for such things would be nice, but I don't know how easy it would be to persuade SBCL to do that sort of things. Like, persuade the maintainers that those patches will be cool will probably be extremely easy. I think the problem is more in, like, figuring out how to even get that going, because the sort of semantics around how memory access patterns and so on work are probably pretty tough for that. So AutoVec is probably pretty tricky. It does not have AutoVec, no. It has SBCMD, which is like, you can emit SIMD vector instructions, but and I think it only has it for x86 specific things, so no neon or whatever. That's the reason why, like, sound in Harmony is dependent on libmixed, which is the C library I wrote. So, you know. "40 more minutes, and then I need to skedaddle, because I got a friend slop to do." I'll upload these. I'll upload the video, the stream as a thing to YouTube, so you can watch the rest later. But it won't be up probably until tomorrow, because I need to, like, download it and put it together and do the thing. So. Alloy also could use a lot of optimization, but it's trickier to figure out how to do the optimizations there. Would be very nice if Alloy could, like, do the thing where it automatically figures out which areas of the UI need to be redrawn and which do not, and then save the effort on that. So it doesn't need to draw the entire UI every frame. That would be really sick, but I don't have any good thoughts on how to achieve that right now. Does Weiss have any relation to the character from RWBY new? The first thing, so I guess I can talk a bit about the history for I did start concepting for Weiss back in spring of 2022, I think. Yes, February 2022. Let me pop this open. New window. I mean, I guess it's not even Yeah, so this was February 2022 is when the first concept sketch happened, and the idea was just have something with very strong contrast and one accent color, and that was... I wanted to start with something that is very striking in terms of visual design so that it would pop out in trailers and screenshots and so on, because I personally identified that as like one of the primary reasons that Kandria didn't really make much of any impact at all, is that like 2D games are very hard to make look interesting in trailers and screenshots. And so the most important aspect of like the concepting was to develop a visual identity, and the name Weiss was just kind of like the first draft idea of like, what should I call this thing that's black and white? Why not Weiss? Sure. The concept has changed a bit from that since, but yeah, this was already still 2022 was like when I had most of the concepting, and this is like pretty much final design for her. It was already, when was this? Yeah, this was 2023, okay. But yeah, that was June, yeah, is when I finally first really started working on Weiss, I guess. But yeah. I did like do a couple of brainstorming sessions later to try and figure out a different name for the game, but of all the things I could think of, Weiss was still the best one. So, but no relation to RWBY. I've never watched the thing. The only things I know about RWBY are from the H-Bomber guy video essay about it. So. That's the extent of my knowledge. What can you tell us about the game? I mean, I could tell you a whole lot of things. And if you watch my Mastodon feed, you probably already saw a whole lot of things. Or if you donate to my Patreon, you probably saw even more of many things. On patreon.com/Shimari, you get exclusive monthly development updates with juicy insider details and many more things. Hashtag ad. What can I say? It hasn't been publicly announced yet, so that's still outstanding until I can make a good enough trailer. What's needed for that is like a visual overhaul and a level, and then we can think about doing an announcement. But what I can say so far is it's a third-person hack-and-slash game, also called a character action game, in similar line as Bayonetta or Devil May Cry or Nier Automata. You play as a lady who's on a revenge mission to kill those responsible for killing her partner. And yeah. Aside from the hack and slash mechanics, it also has a bunch of like puzzly mechanics influenced by Splatoon, which is the environment painting thing. And yeah, that's about what I want to say. Ideally, it'll be like fully voice acted too, and maybe like 4 or 5 hours gameplay time. Aesthetics have always reminded me of Mirror's Edge. Yes, that's intentional. Where is it, man? Should do more live streams. Sure. I do stream often enough. Or at least I used to, I guess. So, you can tell. You need a British villain? No. Thank you. I'm good. The cast is already set, as is the pretty much the entire storyline and everything. Anyway. Too big of an ask, but could you provide a brief overview of what the hecc connect stuff is doing? I know it's related to the graphics pipeline channel, but reading the docs I was still confused. Oh, so yeah. So connect is from the Flow library. Flow is a generalized library for constructing graphs. Particularly the idea is that hold on. I shouldn't have closed the browser. God dang it. Move. Window. Fuck. Give me a second. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so the idea of Flow is that you have components represented by nodes, which are the boxes, and then ports, which are things from which connections can be made, from which and to which connections can be made. So for instance, you can have this kind of setup. No, come on. Right. So here we have 3 nodes. This has one output port, and this one has one input port, and this is where let's actually do it like this. That's a more interesting example. One output port, one input, one output, 2 input ports. And usually there's also something like that. So this is an example of like, let's say you have the render pass, and then you have like a, this is like a, I don't know, blur, and then you have a composite. So here you would see, here we would have what you would have in source code is like, let's see, it would say connect port render color to port blur previous pass, and connect port render color to port composite A, and connect port blur color to port composite B. Right, so it would have something like that, except like the scene as well. And that's this representation. And what you're basically doing is you're connecting different textures. So each, like, at this output of the render pass is the color port, or the color texture where the color output of that shader pass is stored. And then here you have an input which goes into the shader so that it can read from that texture. So here the port is called previous pass. Hold on, let me previous pass. And then here it's called A, and here it's called B, and then you probably have another color output. So a pass can have multiple inputs and multiple outputs. You can have a, like, for instance, usually like a PBR render passes an output for the color information, and then it has an output for the depth information and an output for the normal map. And so you can then send that into another pass that does some kind of basically screen space manipulation of that stuff. So let's have a look-see at trial examples. PBR, maybe? No, that's not a good example. Scene loader, I think, has a more complex. Kind of. Okay, so. Oh, God, please. So here we create 4 passes: the Z pre-pass, the render pass, the tone mapper, and the FXAA. And then we connect these ports together. So we take the depth from the Z pre-pass, which is a pass that only outputs depth, connect that to the depth map of the render pass, and then we take the render pass's color, connect that to the tone mapper, and we take the tone mapper's color and connect it to the FXAA. And so we get a sort of a chain. So this isn't too interesting, but you can have things. Yeah, this is because this one does everything in one pass. It's not that interesting, but you can have the SSAO as a separate pass, and then the SSAO needs both the normal map and the color map and the depth map. So it needs all 3 maps in there in order to do computation. So if we go into trial, render SSAO, I think it is. Yeah, so here we have the SSAO pass, which just does the SSAO, screen space ambient occlusion. And as you can see, it takes the depth map as an input. Oh wait, it only takes depth. Oh right, it doesn't use the normal because it infers the normals from the depth. I forgot, but it could, I guess. Anyway, so this one does that. But you can have effects that do multiple things. I'm trying to think of something like the. I think the bloom pass does it. Let me see. In Weiss. Post, I think. No, not post. That's a combined post effect. Is it in the main? No, it's in the scene, I think. Okay. Yes. Okay. So this is a new construct pipeline. Is a more condensed way of doing these pipelines. and this is getting really hard to read. But basically we have a Z pre-pass like before, we have a render pass like before, we have a bloom cutoff pass, and we have a blur, a blend, then the tone mapper, the FXAA, UI pass, and then the combined post effects thing. Then we send the Z pre-pass depth to the renders depth and the post effect depth map. So we have this kind of situation going on where the Z pre goes into render and post, and then if we have bloom active, then the render output goes into the bloom cutoff, and then into the Kawaze blur, and then into the blend B. Blend. And then from there, that goes into the tone. So we have this, and then this, and then this, and then this. And then we go into the FXAA. And then the FXAA goes into the post. And then we also have, what does the blend? Blend pass, A pass. Oh, right. So from here, this also goes into that. Holy, what a mess. Hold on. Let me make this slightly less horrendous. Beautiful graphs. So something like that is what's being described here. So, yeah. Yeah, so the Z pre-pass basically only calculates depth and we do this because then you don't get any overdraw in the actual render pass. And then we send the render to a bloom cutoff, which basically only takes the high intensity colors, basically things that are glowing, sort of. Then the things that are glowing get blurred by the Kawase, and then that gets added on top of the result from the render pass. Result of that goes into tone map, and that goes into FXAA, and then that goes together with the depth map from the start goes into the post-processing pass, which does all number of things like the cutaway effect for which it needs the depth, and like color grading and blah blah blah. And then technically there's also the UI pass, which is also in there and goes in here for a third thing. So that's the pipeline for Weiss. And like in a real thing, you would eliminate some of those passes because each pass needs a texture buffer for output. So for instance, this one you can't avoid, but you could probably avoid allocating a texture for this blend thing. Maybe? I'm not sure. But like you could merge all three of these together. Or at least a blend and a tone map you can put together. You could do that. Like in Kandria, it does the tone mapping in the post-processing. So sometimes you can sort of fuddle things together. And in trial, you can use the... sometimes you can use the shader inheritance compositing thing to combine those together, but not always. Anyway, so that's what that's about. I hope that helped. I don't know. Close the fucking window. Okay. Anything else? I think it's explained, it's mentioned in the docs in like the render pipeline section, I think, briefly. The render pipeline is like super old. It's like one of the oldest parts of Trello pipeline. Let me actually see what the let me actually see what the 9 years ago, yeah. That's pretty old. Trial is like 10 years old now, I think. Q tools, ah! What a blast from the past. Are there any low-level IOCTL type things in your ecosystem beyond the force feedback support that could do with another set of eyes? Yes, machine state. Machine state definitely could also, especially do with support on macOS. And the BSDs. Some kind soul did actually do most of the APIs for the BSDs, at least FreeBSD and NetBSD, I think. But there's been a couple of additions to the interface since that are now missing. And macOS is missing a lot of stuff because nobody did the work. Fair enough. But yeah, machine state, I'm sure having another set of eyes and like testing the nonsense I did in there could not hurt at all. Will there be any pew pew and Weiss guns in parentheses? Not for Weiss herself. Whether like there will be robots that pew pew probably. But no, Weiss is like she's a martial artist, so no gun. Sorry. We do have this feller, which can shoot beams from that mouse slot here. So. Whee! Whoa, that's not what I wanted. I don't actually rotate this motherfucker. Huh. I don't know how this rig works that Dominic made. Well. It's not even, doesn't it even have any animation keys on there? No. Huh. Well, that's for another time to figure out. Is that a thing? No. Yeah, it's just a main. Oh, there we go. Heck yeah. Whoop. Aw, poor little guy. Look at him. Wouldn't hurt to fly. Except if you know anything like, hold on. Do I... How do you, like... This is definitely a broken link. Guess I'll just... Okay, that's not scaled correctly, I don't think. But, hold on. When this guy is like properly... Whoa, that's not at all what I wanted. There we go. What the fuck? That's better. Yeah, when he's standing up, he's quite a bit taller. And then we also have the, where is it? This guy. Whoa, what the fuck? Huh, interesting. I have no idea what Dominic did with this rig, but okay. Anyway, so just for scale reference, I guess. This thing is pretty spoopy. Om nom nom. What's the render preview look like? Alright, fair enough. Yeah, pretty good. Jeez, Yukari, you're spoiling a game that hasn't even been announced yet. Whatever will I do? All those NDAs I've broken. Anyway, I guess there's no more questions. That's amazing. I've answered all the questions anybody has ever wanted to know about Trial. So I'll be expecting new video games on my desk by Monday. Alright? Chop chop. Get to it. But no. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. And, yeah. Give me all your money. No, we'll see how things go. I'll try to continue working on everything. And, if you ever have any questions, I'm happy to answer. Always in chat. You can always spill some beans in there. And, yeah. Chat.tamoon.eu in the Shirakumo channel, or Libra chat @Shirakumo. Hang out in there, and you know, thanks for sticking around, and if we'll do this again sometime, I don't know. I kind of stopped doing development streams just because it turned into me swearing a bunch and being miserable debugging things. So, you know, I don't really feel like that's what I want to be doing with my life, streaming that. But occasionally I do video game streams. Occasionally I do art streams. If that's of any interest, stick around. If not, oh well, we'll see. Best way to keep up to date with everything I'm doing, as always, Patreon is where you get the announcements for new libraries, new releases. Those are available to everyone, even those who don't donate, and the monthly roundups with screenshots and videos and explanations of what's been going on. Those are Patreon donations, tier locked, and otherwise, if you want my unfiltered stream of nonsense thoughts, that's on Mastodon, which sometimes includes development things, but often it's mostly composed of me being angry at the world or reading Yuri comics. So that's not your thing? I don't know. All right. Thanks again. Thank you as always. Hope you have a good one. Take care of yourself, and see you another time. Bye-bye.